So in a little bit we'll open. This one's the apple cinnamon, and the other one is the oat. Good morning. I almost called you. Yeah. You were saying you were going by there, but you are. I know.
Running late.
Okay. So by the way, so I.
Please hold up in your practice. That concludes your plethora practice session. When your lane lights come back on, we'll begin your competition. Good luck and knock over as many as you can.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our continuing live coverage of the Prairie View A&M Invitational here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you again this morning as we get started with our final day coverage. We've got Maryland Eastern Shore versus Louisiana Tech and Bethune-Cookman against Valpo. This is sort of a bonus round here. This round this morning is not part of the bracket just yet. This is to determine that, or to make sure that everybody bowls each team, because they've bowled 10 matches so far. This is match 11, and there were 12 teams. So this ensures that all the teams bowl each other in the tournament. And then after this round, the bracket will be 2 rounds, starting with the next round. So 3 total rounds of match play, but the first round is not part of the bracket. And it's a best of 7 match, is my understanding. We've got Maryland Eastern Shore against Louisiana Tech, Bethune-Cookman against Valpo right in front of us here. match play this morning again, but this time it's best of 7 Baker matches. So the first team to win 4 games, or I should say 4 points, will win the match. Bracket play will start in the next round. This is just kind of an appetizer for the main course. Louisiana Tech off to a slow start against Maryland Eastern Shore. They've got 3 opens in a row. Eastern Shore up by 20 early on. Bethune-Cookman and Valpo tied at 48 after 3 frames. Both teams opened in the third. Vanderbilt's off to a quick start. They've got 4 strikes in a row against Alabama State. And that match is directly in front of me here at the broadcast booth, but it is between our 2 featured matches. So keep you updated on that one best we can. Morning to everybody in the chat. And this is kind of our bonus round here this morning. The bracket doesn't start for one more round. Bracket's only 2 rounds because there's only 12 teams here in this event. But we are still doing the best of 7 match play for this round. Maryland Eastern Shore leads by 21. Bethune-Cookman. Well, Valpo just opened, so Bethune-Cookman with a 22-pin lead on Valpo. There's another strike for BCU. 3 in a row, so they extend their lead to 32 halfway through this game. Cookman went 4-2 on their three-bagger, so that hurt their count. They still have a 20-pin lead, though, with 3 frames to go in Game 1 against Valpo. Maryland Eastern Shore leading by 22 against Louisiana Tech. Valpo with that split on the far right side of your screen, and that is some trouble for them here. Louisiana Tech had a split run open. Looks like Maryland Eastern Shore is going to win Game 1 against Louisiana Tech. Bethune-Cookman is ahead by 23 against Valpo. Vanderbilt beat Alabama State 235 to 160 first game. Open frame in the 9th for Bethune-Cookman. So they lead by 20 going into the 10th. So Valpo needs to strike out, and Bethune-Cookman needs a mark. Let's see what Valpo does. They're going to go first here. She gets the first one. That'll force BCU to get the mark here in the 10th, potentially. If she can get another one, of course. But first things first, let's see what happens here with BCU. Crossing over and gets the strike. That is a winner for Bethune-Cookman in game number 1. Maryland Eastern Shore wins the first game 168 to 133. Back-to-back strikes in the 10th for Bethune-Cookman. It's wrapping up game 1 in that match. .181 for Bethune-Cookman. Valpo shoots .151. 30-pin win for Bethune-Cookman in game 1. As they will get geared up for the second game, already in the second game between Maryland Eastern Shore and Louisiana Tech. Maryland Eastern Shore off to a good start this game. Strike, spare, double. They're out to a big lead against Louisiana Tech early on. Valpo off to a rough start this game with a couple of open frames. Back-to-back opens for Valpo to start this game. Maryland Eastern Shore continuing to take it to Louisiana Tech. Eastern Shore has now thrown 4 strikes in a row. Strike, spare, 4-bagger for Maryland Eastern Shore. See if UMES can keep the string going on the left side of your screen here. It's Megan Buja up. Yeah, she delivers. Splits the 8-9 right in half for the strike, and that's 5 in a row for Maryland Eastern Shore. Just tuning in this morning, you're watching our live coverage of the final day here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Lucas Wiseman with you. This is our lead up to bracket play. We've got one round of matches before we start the bracket in the next round. All right, now Maryland Eastern Shore is rolling against Louisiana Tech. That was a 6th consecutive strike for UMES. Bethune-Cookman leading by 12 against Valpo this game. BCU already up 1-0 in the match. This week has not gone as they would have liked for Bethune-Cookman. They've not won a match all weekend. They're 0-10, so if they can somehow find a way to beat Valpo, it'd be a bit of an upset. Maryland Eastern Shore string continuing into the 10th frame. So they've got 7 strikes in a row. Strike, spare, 7-bagger for Maryland Eastern Shore, as they've already locked up the win here in Game 2 against Louisiana Tech. Louisiana Tech's only bowled 6 frames. They're already out of the wood. See if Tania Falbo for UMES can keep the string alive. Here she is in the 10th frame. She leaves the split. It's all right, though. They already got the win locked up here in Game 2. Again, it's a race to 4, so you want to win 4 points to win the match. And the way you earn points is you either win a game or you tie a game. If you tie a game, you get a half a point. If you win a game, you get a full point. And the first team to get 4 will win the match. And bracket play will start in the next round, coming up here not too long from now. Probably about an hour and a half, maybe less than that actually. Depends on how many of these matches wrap up quick. We are going to do a little bonus coverage here and go to Vanderbilt versus Alabama State, 10th frame. Close match here. Jessica Ernest up for Vandy. Oh, collapses the 2-4-5 for the strike, and that was a big one because that will just about lock up the win for Vanderbilt here in Game 2. They're going to go up 2-0. Yeah, so Vanderbilt is going to lead Alabama State 2-0 in that match. Bethune-Cookman taking advantage of the lucky strike there in the 6th. They trail by 3. Louisiana Tech just wrapping up this game. Maryland Eastern Shore going to go up 2-0. Big shot coming up here for Bethune-Cookman on the far right side of your screen. A strike for a double here would give them the lead back, and she misses the head pin to the right, leaves the 1-2. Strike for Valpo, that's a double for them as they extend their lead to 13. Good morning to everybody who's just checking in with us for the first time today. We're live at the International Training and Research Center. I'm Lucas Wiseman. This is the Prairie View A&M Invitational final day coverage. This is kind of a bonus round of match play. They bowled 10 matches over the last 2 days, and there are 12 teams in the field. So to make sure that every team bowls every team in the field, they have this bonus round this morning before bracket play. And the bracket play will get started after this round ends. Nice shot for Bethune-Cookman, a strike in the 8th. As they are trying to hang in there against Valpo. They're down by 12. Or down 11, I should say. 245 to 188. Louisiana Tech loses that second game against Maryland Eastern Shore. So that one is headed into the third game now. Big shot here for Bethune-Cookman. A strike here, they cut the deficit to 1 pin and would have a chance to win the match in the 10th. And comes up light, leaves the split, the 2-5-7. And a strike for Valpo, 181. That gets the shutout by a pin. Valpo will take game 2 and even that match at 1 game apiece. Bonus coverage here real quick. Alabama State started with a spare, looking for their 3rd consecutive strike, and they got it. Trying to come back from a 2-0 deficit against Vanderbilt here in this match. We've started game 3 between Maryland Eastern Shore and Louisiana Tech. Barry asking if the bonus round changes the standings for the bracket. No, the bracket is based on the end of the day yesterday, because the way that this match play works is you could have some teams that bowl 4 games, some teams that bowl 5, some 6, some 7. So you wouldn't be able to do a total pinfall deal towards the bracket. So it's this does not count towards the bracket positioning that's already done. And the bracket will be coming up next. Bethune-Cookman just finishing up their second game. They shoot 167. They lose by 14. So So they'll get ready to start game 3 over there. Vanderbilt just made a spare there in the 5th, so they're halfway through that game. Vanderbilt trailing by 22 in game 3 of this match. So Vanderbilt up 2-0 in the match. Louisiana Tech leading Maryland Eastern Shore by 3 pins early on in this game, pending this spare, which does make it. Bethune-Cookman has started with a double, and now 3 in a row. So VCU off to a good start this game. They're out to a quick 20-pin lead on Valpo. Bethune-Cookman trying to push it to 4 in a row to start the game. Crossing over and leaves the 9-pin standing back there. Valpo breaks up the 2-4-5, leaves just the 4. Alabama stayed up 36 on Vanderbilt after 7 frames. Louisiana Tech, after 5 frames, up 4 pins on Maryland Eastern Shore. And they just put a double on the board to go up by 14. Missed single pin for Bethune-Cookman in the 4th. Valpo also missed a single pin in the 3rd, though. Louisiana Tech with a 3rd consecutive strike. And an open for Maryland Eastern Shore, so Louisiana Tech looking to get on the board this game. Alabama State is going to beat Vanderbilt in Game 3. That match will be 2-1 for Vandy. Bethune-Cookman looking for a double. 6th frame. They lead by 19. Gets the double, leads by 29 now after 5.5 frames. Louisiana Tech trying to make the washout here. And it is an open frame for Louisiana Tech. Maryland Eastern Shore going to have a chance to get back in that game here in these final few frames. But it's a big 4 split. And UMES unable to take advantage of the open by Louisiana Tech. So still looking good for Louisiana Tech here with a couple of frames to go. Bethune-Cookman. We're trying to get their 3rd consecutive strike there. Instead, it is a 10-pin. Alabama State beat Vanderbilt 203-163 in that 3rd game, so Vandy still leads 2-1. Another missed single pin this game for Bethune-Cookman. The good news for them, though, they're still up by 28 pins. Strike for Valpo in the 8th. We still got a chance to come back this game, down 28 with a couple of frames to go. 2:13 for Louisiana Tech. They're going to beat Eastern Shore this game. Big spare here for BCU, 245. She gets it. Maintains that 28-pin lead. almost a split for Bethune-Cookman. Lucky to break that up. But it does look like Bethune-Cookman will take game 3 and go up 2-1. In fact, it's all but certain now that Bethune-Cookman's going to go up 2-1 after that open by Valpo. Bonus coverage, Alabama State, Vanderbilt. They're in game 4. Vanderbilt leading 2-1. And a split on the board there by Alabama State. Looks like Vanderbilt will take the lead in this game early on. Another split for Alabama State. Vandy missed the singleton in the third, so it's tied coming into this 4th frame. Back to our featured matches. Got Louisiana Tech with the spare. First frame. They just finished game 3 in that other match. Bethune-Cookman 211 to 151. So they're getting ready to start game 4 right now. Just joining us, we're live at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, NCAA Women's Bowling here on Bowl TV. Lucas Wiseman with you. This is kind of our bonus round of matches this morning. The bracket play will start after this round concludes. Early on here in this 4th game. There's not been too many marks in that Maryland Eastern Shore Louisiana Tech match to start. They only had 1 mark in 3 shots, 3 frames, so it's pretty close. 2-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore after a couple of frames. Vanderbilt with the strike in the 6th, as they are up by 10 after 6 frames against Alabama State. Maryland Eastern Shore a double. They go up by 12 here in Game 4 against Louisiana Tech. Vanderbilt trying to cover up the baby split here. Manafry gets it done. They trail by 8. Double on the board from Valpo. They lead by 10. Alabama State 9th frame with a strike. They lead by 2 pins. One match going a little bit quicker than the other matches. They're already finishing up the 4th game. Vanderbilt leading 2-1. Spare is good in the 8th frame for Vandy, so they're still down 2. They've got a couple of frames left to go. Double for Alabama State as they extend the lead to 12 against Vandy here late in this game. Sets up a must-strike situation here for Vanderbilt in the 9th. And they get the strike. Nice washout conversion for Valpo. Well, Vandy got the strike, but Alabama State can get the shutout with a strike here and 9 on the fill. And they do not get the second one in the 10th. So they're max 193 now. Vanderbilt can strike out for 202. So Jessica Ernest needs a double in the 10th here for Vandy to win Game 4 and go up 3-1. If she doesn't strike, the match will be tied. So they're going to be tied at 2 games apiece in that one. Vanderbilt and Alabama State. 193 to 181. Alabama State wins game number 4 against Vanderbilt. So they're tied 2 games apiece. Maryland Eastern Shore leads by about 20 against Louisiana Tech. Valpo with an open in the 8th. It's back-to-back opens for them, so Bethune-Cookman an opportunity to come from behind here in this one. Bethune-Cookman bowling in the 7th frame. Go to Vanderbilt real quick. They started with an open. Alabama State has started spare strike. It's Alabama State with an 11-pin lead in game 5 of that one. Open frame for Bethune-Cookman. They trail by 7. Notice that Maryland Eastern Shore is not bowling yet because they're trying to figure out if they're going to have to make this split or not, because they were so far ahead in the match in terms of number of frames bowled that they're waiting for Louisiana Tech to catch up. Well, Bethune-Cookman still has a chance here to win this game against Valpo. Alabama State, 2-4-5. Looks like Eastern Shore finally going to shoot the split. It looks like they're in pretty decent shape to win the game here, although it's not over yet. Big shot here from Bethune-Cookman on the far right side of your screen. They can take the lead with a strike. And it's a 2-4-5 in the 9th. So they, with a spare, they'll trail by 6. So they'll need a double in the 10th to win the game, assuming Valpo makes the spare. And they do. Vanderbilt in the 4th. Vanderbilt's got a couple opens this game. They trail by 23 already after 4 frames. Open frame for Bethune-Cookman, so Valpo is going to win this game. They're going to tie it at 2 games apiece. Maryland Eastern Shore going to go up 3-1 against Louisiana Tech. But let's go to Vanderbilt and Alabama State for a few minutes here. Double on the board for Vandy before that shot. I'm sorry, that was a 3-bagger for Vanderbilt. So a double was on the board and she threw another one. So they are now in the lead by 12 against Alabama State this game after 6 frames. Match tied 2 games apiece. Another strike for Vandy, 4 in a row, and they go up 22 this game. Alabama State trying to put a double up here. 7th frame. Leaves the 3-6. So Vandy's lead still sits at 22. We'll go to 32 with a strike here in the 8th. And crossing over, wobbling that 9, doesn't go down. So a 21-pin lead for Vanderbilt here in the 8th frame of game 5, tied 2 apiece. Eighth frame for Alabama State. And it's a good one, a strike. So still a 21-pin lead for Vanderbilt with 2 frames to go. For those of you just tuning in, we're watching live coverage of the Prairie View A&M Invitational here on Bowl TV. This is a bonus round of matches before the bracket starts. Bracket will start in the next round. There'll be 2 rounds of bracket play. And this is the bonus round leading up to the bracket start. Open in the 9th for Vandy. And that'll give Alabama State a chance to cut the deficit to just 7 pins if she can make the spare here in the 9th. Makes the spare. So a 7-pin lead for Vanderbilt entering the 10th. So if Jessica Ernest doubles, she would shut him out. Well, Alabama State has a chance to come from behind and steal this one. They need a double in the 10th frame to take the win. Have to have it. There's one. It's a big spare attempt here for Vanderbilt. 1, 2, 4, 8. Gotta have this one. And it is good. So Vanderbilt's max 189. Alabama State can strike out for 192. And it's going to be a win for Vandy, as they will survive here in Game 5 and take a 3-2 lead in the match. We'll go back to our other matches that are early on in Game 5. You can see where they stand by looking at the graphic there. Maryland Eastern Shore up 3-1 on Tech. Bethune-Cookman and Valpo tied at 2 games apiece. Vandy ended up winning 189-182. So we're halfway through the 5th game on our featured pairs here. It's a 10-pin lead for Louisiana Tech this game. Bethune-Cookman and Valpo. Valpo leading by 11 with half a game to go here in game number 5 in these matches. Eastern Shore leading 3-1. Valpo and Bethune-Cookman tied at 2 games apiece. This is our bonus round before bracket play starts. Bracket play will start in the next round right here on Bowl TV. So be sure to stay tuned for that. Louisiana Tech leading by 22 against Maryland Eastern Shore this game. Valpo up 10 on Bethune-Cookman, although Bethune-Cookman with that open there has fallen a little bit further behind. Double on the board for Valpo as they are poised to go up 3-2 in that match. Still a 22-pin lead for Louisiana Tech. Well, they can make it 32 with a strike here. And they do. So Louisiana Tech up 32 going into the 10th frame. Maryland Eastern Shore can strike out for 191. Well, now their max is 170. And Louisiana Tech won't even need a mark here in the 10th frame, just some good count. That should be enough for Louisiana Tech to win this game, and it is. So Louisiana Tech narrows the gap to 3-2. And Valpo is going to go up 3-2 on Bethune-Cookman. 2:02 for Louisiana Tech. Maryland Eastern Shore 170. $195 for Valpo, 166 for Bethune-Cookman. Here's Vanderbilt and Alabama State. They are in the 8th frame. Alabama State up by 31. With Vanderbilt leading the match 3-2. That missed spare, though, will pull Vandy to within 17 if they can make the spare here in the 8th. So 2 frames to go. Vanderbilt trailing by 17 here this game. And Alabama State on the board with a strike in the 9th. That's a big one. Really a must-strike situation here for Vanderbilt. And they get it done. They still have a chance, but Alabama State can get the shutout with a strike right here. That's the shutout right there. We tied at 3 games apiece. So we'll go back to our featured matches, both 3-2. Maryland Eastern Shore and Valpo in the lead in their matches. Vanderbilt, Alabama State tied at 3-3 in just a moment as they wrap up that game. 171 to 149 was the final in Game 6 between Alabama State and Vanderbilt. Alabama State with the win. They're all tied up, 3 games apiece. Valpo trailing by 1 pin after 3 frames against Bethune-Cookman. It's Bethune-Cookman trying to even that one up at 3 games apiece. Double for Maryland Eastern Shore. They jump out to a quick 33-pin lead after 3.5 frames. Oh, it's another strike for Bethune-Cookman. That one collapses the bucket. That's 3 in a row for them. Double for Louisiana Tech. But they trail by 33 against Maryland Eastern Shore after 5 frames. It's a 23-pin lead for Bethune-Cookman after 5 frames against Valpo. Bethune-Cookman gets robbed on that one, leaves a 7-pin in the 6th. Valpo's put a double on the boards. They've narrowed the gap a little bit. Pin lead for Bethune-Cookman against Valpo. Pending spares. Eastern Shore taking their sweet time to shoot the split. Not quite sure why. They're up by more than 30 pins. Looks like they're going to bring in a sub, but they're having a very long conversation about it. Valpo's already in the 10th frame. BCU just bowling in the 8th. So a lot of what happens in that match will depend on what BCU does in the next couple of frames here, striking the 8th. Cookman up by 9, it looks like. Alabama State has strung together 5 consecutive strikes against Vanderbilt, and Alabama State may be on their way to the win here against Vandy. It's a fill ball for Valpo. Gets 6, 190 is their final score here this game. Bethune-Cookman needs a mark here in the 9th and a mark in the 10th to win this game and force a game 7. Oh, just does make it. Maryland Eastern Shore, they're going to take the win against Louisiana Tech. 4-2 it looks like. That one's just about over. So the far right side of your screen, Bethune-Cookman needs 9 out to win by 1, and that is a winner by 1. So we'll have a game 7 in that one. Take a look at the end of this Alabama State-Vanderbilt match. Alabama State's already in the 9th frame, Vandy bowling in the 7th. Alabama State going at a 235 pace. Vanderbilt's max score is only 213. And that spare right there means that Alabama State doesn't even need a mark in the 10th frame for the shutout. And now it is over for sure. Alabama State will defeat Vanderbilt 4-3. So the only match that we're going to have going on of any significance right now is Valpo versus Bethune-Cookman, tied 3 games apiece. Bethune-Cookman won the 6th game, 201-190. Maryland Eastern Shore won Game 6, 218-192 against Louisiana Tech to win the match 4-2. Valpo has started with an open frame this game. Bethune-Cookman has yet to bowl. Spare in the second for Valpo. Tied 3 games apiece in this match. Looks like this is the only one still going on. One last shot for Vanderbilt. They lose Game 7, 232-178. Vandy was up 2-0 in that match too, and then Alabama State came back and won 4 of the last 5. Bracket play starts after this game. Open frame for Bethune-Cookman in the third. They lead by 9 in this game, this deciding Game 7. All tied at 3 games apiece. Watching live coverage of the Prairie View A&M Invitational here on Bowl TV. Our first match of the day. We are tied at 3 games apiece, going to Game 7 here, about 4 frames in, and it's a 9-pin lead for Bethune-Cookman. Couple of challenging spare attempts coming up here for these 2 schools. Got a bucket, which is good, and the more challenging 6-7-10 for Bethune-Cookman. It's an open frame in the 5th for BCU. And Valpo takes a 1-pin lead here in Game 7. The halfway point. Strike for Valpo in the 6th. Sixth frame for Bethune-Cookman, trailing by 1. Oh, look at that. Collapses the split for the double. And an 11-pin lead. It's our final match before we head into bracket play. Coming up next. And an open frame for Bethune-Cookman in the 6th. Back-to-back opens. So it's a 20-pin lead for Valpo in the closing stages of Game 7. 3 open frames in a row for Bethune-Cookman now, so a 31-pin lead for Valpo with 2.5 frames to go. And a strike for Valpo in the 9th, so it looks like Valpo is going to hang on and win this one. Valpo just needs a mark in the 10th for the shutout. And with that non-strike by BCU, they just need a few good pins and count here in the 10th frame for the shutout. Bracket play will be coming up next round. Well, 169 for Valpo. Bethune-Cookman can actually strike out in the 9th and the 10th for, you got it, 170. And there's the first one. So it's not quite over yet. Bethune-Cookman can throw 3 strikes in the 10th to win by 1. Looks left, not even close to the pocket. And it is a win for Valpo. So we'll wait for the start of bracket play. We'll let you know when we're ready to get going here. They're going to have practice, I believe, probably about 10 minutes of practice before they get started with the bracket. So that should be coming up here in the next couple of minutes.
Last shots, ladies, last shots. Please hold up on your practice. When the lane lights come back on, you'll be ready to begin the bracket portion.
All right, we're ready to get started with our bracket play here. Going to do things a little different here. They put the two semifinals on lanes 1 through 4. So I went down and kind of, benefit of being in the training center is that I can utilize the cameras here at the ITRC. So I went down there, widened one out, and give you a view of both semifinals at the same time on the same camera. It's going to be Arkansas State versus Nebraska on lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 3 and 4 is Vanderbilt versus Maryland Eastern Shore. Now the format's the same. Best of 7. Same format as earlier today. Best of 7 matches. The winners of these 2 matches will meet for the title. So we got number 1 seed Arkansas State versus number 4 Nebraska. Number 2 Vandy versus number 3 Maryland Eastern Shore. First game of our semifinals. We've got Arkansas State versus Nebraska. Arkansas State's on lane 2 for this first game. Nebraska on lane 1. Maryland Eastern Shore on lane 4 and Vanderbilt on lane 3. And we are in the semifinals of the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Arkansas State up 20 after 4 frames. Nebraska a couple of opens this game. Looks like a 6-pin lead for Vanderbilt after 4 frames this game. Vanderbilt leading by 4 against Arkansas State. Vanderbilt leading by 4 against Maryland Eastern Shore. And halfway through this game, Nebraska just threw a strike on the far left side of the screen there. Yeah, Nebraska on lane 1, Arkansas State on lane 2 in that match. Vanderbilt on lane 3, Maryland Eastern Shore on lane 4, as you look left to right. Vanderbilt leading by 4 after 5 frames. .15-pin lead for Arkansas. For Arkansas State. Bear with me, folks. Those matches are on 1 through 4, and I'm down here behind lane 11, so a little hard for me to tell what's going on score-wise, but doing a lot of squinting to see it. If you're just tuning in, this is our semifinals. Arkansas State against Nebraska, Vanderbilt versus Maryland Eastern Shore. Maryland Eastern Shore just threw a double to take the lead against Vanderbilt. 6-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. 8-pin lead for Arkansas State against Nebraska. 8th frame for Vanderbilt here. That's the head pin to the right. Ashley Rucker for Arkansas State with a strike. Angie Ramirez from Maryland Eastern Shore, lefty as well, up on the far right side of your screen. And she almost leaves a 6-8. Gets the 8 out. And it is an 8-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. Arkansas State breaks up the split in the 10th. Looks like Arkansas State will probably win this first game. Looking pretty good for them to win. In fact, she still needs to make the spare to get the shutout. Does Arkansas State. So Arkansas State going to go up 1-0 on Nebraska. .167 for Nebraska. Arkansas State shoots .188. It's an 11-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore here in game 1. Tania Falvo wobbles the 8, doesn't go down. And that means that Vanderbilt still has a chance to come back to win this game. Although not anymore. They open frame in the 9th. Still finishing up game 1 between Maryland Eastern Shore and Vanderbilt, but UMES has picked up the game 1 victory. By the way, they do change lanes after each game. So Arkansas State now on lane 1, Nebraska on lane 2. Maryland Eastern Shore 194 to 164. Winner in game 1 over Vanderbilt. Nebraska with a slight lead here early on in this second game. Neither team has doubled. Arkansas State with an early open this game. Nebraska's been clean, so it's like an 8-pin lead or so for Nebraska early on. Again, Nebraska's on lane 2 this game. Just to recap left to right for you. Arkansas State on lane 1, Nebraska on lane 2. Lane 3 this game is Maryland Eastern Shore, and lane 4 is Vanderbilt. Nebraska leading by 15 after 5 frames against Arkansas State here in game 2. Just getting started with game 2 between Maryland Eastern Shore and Vanderbilt. There's a strike for Nebraska. Question in our chat, the winner in these matches will meet for the title. That's correct. The winner of the Arkansas State-Nebraska match and the winner of the Maryland Eastern Shore Vanderbilt match will meet for the title. And we will have it for you right here on Bowl TV. Vanderbilt, early double, lead by 10 after 3 frames against Eastern Shore here in game 2. Nebraska's put 3 strikes together on the board. They jumped out to a 36-pin lead against Arkansas State after 7 frames. Again, you're watching the semifinals here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational live on Bowl TV from the International Training and Research Center, Arlington, Texas. Lucas Wiseman with you. Game 2 of this best-of-7 match. First team to win 4 points wins the match. You win a point by winning a game. You can earn a half a point if you tie in a game. Looks like Nebraska trying to string together, continue that string of strikes, I should say. They've got 5 in a row and a 6-pin lead in the 10th. Sorry, a 4-pin lead in the 10th. Nebraska's going to take game 2 without any problems. Vanderbilt with an open in the 5th. And they now trail by 1 pin. So Maryland Eastern Shore leading by a pin. Nebraska wins game 2, 238 to 187. 238-187 for Nebraska. So it's 1-1 in that match. After 6 frames, Maryland Eastern Shore still leading by 1 pin against Vanderbilt, working on a strike, looking for a double here. And it is a split. Looks like a baby split in the 7th. They are starting game 3 between Nebraska and Arkansas State. All tied up, 1 game apiece. Jim asks when we stream men's college bowling. The next time will be the Hoosier Classic in about 2 weeks. You can find the schedule at bowl.com/livestream. RJ says he loves Bowl TV, makes him want to hit the lane. So I'll get out there and practice after we're done here today. Maybe you can work on your spare shooting or targeting, whatever you think that you need to work on for your game. But practice definitely a very important part of fine-tuning your bowling game. Eastern Shore with the open in the 7th. And so Vanderbilt has taken an 11-pin lead. As we wrap up the 8th frame of game 2 in that match. So Vanderbilt leading by 11 with 2 frames to go. We're in the 3rd game between Nebraska and Arkansas State. And Nebraska is up by 10 early on. Vandy and UMES still finishing the second game. Ramirez leaves the 6-pin. Vanderbilt still leading by 12. As Jessica Ernest on the far right side of your screen tries to close it out. Almost left a split there. And that opens the door for Eastern Shore potentially for the comeback here in the closing stages of game 2. Gotta have this spare though. No problem. Big spare coming up for Vandy on the right side of your screen in the 10th. And Ernest covers it up. So here's the situation. Maryland Eastern Shore can strike out for 193. Vanderbilt can strike on the fill for 193. Nebraska's up 19 on Arkansas State after 6 frames. Must-strike situation here for Maryland Eastern Shore, and it is a 7-pin, so we will be tied at 1 game apiece. .193 for Vanderbilt. Maryland Eastern Shore can only shoot 182. That'll be 171 for Maryland Eastern Shore. So both of our matches are 1-1. Looks like Nebraska's going to take Game 3 against Arkansas State. Nebraska's strung together 4 strikes in a row. And Arkansas State is struggling a bit here. Another strike for Nebraska. And it's 5 in a row. That just about locks up the Game 3 win for Nebraska. They'll go up 2-1 in that match. Vanderbilt and Maryland Eastern Shore flip lanes. So Vandy now on lane 3, Maryland Eastern Shore on lane 4. Open frame for Vandy in the first. It's an open for Arkansas State in the 9th. 144 in the 9th for them. as they are going to lose this game to Nebraska. Nebraska shooting in the 230s this game. Waiting the final score in that Nebraska-Arkansas State match. Looks like 236 for Nebraska. Arkansas State, they're going to be in the 160s. Back-to-back 230 games for Nebraska. Shot 238 last game. Back-to-back opens for Vanderbilt to start this game. Arkansas State starts off with a strike in this fourth game. Vanderbilt really struggling here early on in game 3 against Maryland Eastern Shore. Back-to-back-to-back opens for Vanderbilt. They have 25 in the third, and they trail by 35 pins after 3 frames. So trouble brewing for Vandy here in this third game. We're in game 4 in the other match. Maryland Eastern Shore, not the fastest team in the field, putting it mildly. Usually one of the last teams to finish matches. Vandy's still not on the board with a mark. They're going to have a single pin to pick up here. Looks like Arkansas State's off to a pretty good start this game. Front 3 for them. Nebraska started with an open. And now a strike for the Huskers. Spare's good for UMES. .31 pin lead from Maryland Eastern Shore after 4 frames. UMES has been clean. Vanderbilt has 3 opens and 4 frames to start this game. String ends for Arkansas State after 4 consecutive strikes. They have managed to build a little bit of a lead against Nebraska this game, though. Nebraska just chopped the spare for an open. Vanderbilt on the board with a double there in the sixth. They already dug themselves a bit of a hole this game. Spotted Maryland Eastern Shore 3 frames basically. Maryland Eastern Shore still up 20 here in game 3. Nebraska with a couple opens this game. And Arkansas State is kind of rolling over them here. Vanderbilt with a spare in the 7th. Still waiting on Maryland Eastern Shore to bowl here in the 7th frame. Arkansas State with another strike. It's back-to-back strikes for them. They're going to easily win this 4th game. Still a 22-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore here in game 3 in that one. Vanderbilt with another open, so looks like Maryland Eastern Shore may be on their way to a win here in this 3rd game. Strike for Vandy as they try to hang in there, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to win this game. Their max is only 179. And that means that Maryland Eastern Shore just need like 1 mark in the last couple of frames along with good count. Well, Maryland Eastern Shore is going to win game 3 now for sure. Just a matter of what the final score is going to be. And Arkansas State is going to even that match up with Nebraska 2-2. .248 for Arkansas State. Nebraska can only max at 177. So we'll go ahead and put that one on the board for Arkansas State. It's now 2-2. We can go ahead and put the win on the board for Maryland Eastern Shore this game as well. Vandy shot 155. Maryland Eastern Shore can strike out for 198. Nebraska finishes with 167. So 248, 167. Arkansas State wins game 4. And we are tied at 2 games apiece in that match. Game 3 just ended between Vanderbilt and Maryland Eastern Shore, 175 to 155. UMES wins game 2 to go up 2-1. So they're getting ready to start game number 4. We're about ready to start game number 5 in the other match. Maryland Eastern Shore starts things off with a strike this game. It does occur to me that Nebraska and Arkansas State look like they're bowling much faster than everybody else. Most of the other matches are just starting game number 4. Maryland Eastern Shore and Vandy are the last ones to start game 4, it looks like. Nebraska off to a shaky start here in Game 5. They've opened 2 of the first 3 frames, while Arkansas State has gone double spare. Spare good for Maryland Eastern Shore. Vanderbilt has an 11-pin lead after they started with a double. So Vandy up by 11. Nebraska's on lane 1 for this game. Arkansas State lane 2. Maryland Eastern Shore lane 3, and Vanderbilt on lane 4. Again, this is the semifinals of the Prairie View A&M Invitational here on Bowl TV. Nebraska working on a double on the left side of your screen. And a 10-pin. That'll end the string. But Nebraska's fallen a little bit behind here against Arkansas State. It's 31-pin lead for Arkansas State this game after 6 frames. Maryland Eastern Shore looking for a double to even up the game against Vanderbilt. And it is a 6-10. Arkansas State up 32 on Nebraska. Nebraska with a strike there for a double. That'll cut it to 22 with a couple of frames to go. Open frame for Vanderbilt in the 5th. So Maryland Eastern Shore takes a 5-pin lead in that match. Vanderbilt with a strike for a double. That'll make up for that open they had in the 5th. That'll put them back in the lead in that game. Then we're in game number 4 between Maryland Eastern Shore and Vanderbilt. Nebraska making a late charge here, 3 strikes in a row entering the 10th frame. They can max at 226 this game. Arkansas State going at a 226 pace. So there's a strike for Nebraska. That's a big one for them. Late strike for Maryland Eastern Shore. Big shot for Arkansas State right here. 9. Leaves the 4-pin on that shot. We could have a really close finish here. Looking like 216 the max score for Arkansas State. Both teams can max at 216. No, I'm sorry. It's if Nebraska strikes on their next shot, they will win the game because they can max at 226. Let's see what happens here. Oh, look at the 4-pin go late for Nebraska. And they come from behind to win this game. Big comeback for Nebraska. They're shooting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 strikes in a row at the end of that game. Vanderbilt has strung together 4 strikes in a row. This is a critical shot from Maryland Eastern Shore right here in the 9th, working on a double. And it's a washout. Looks like Vandy might even that one up at 2 apiece. Nebraska 221 to 216. They go up 3-2. Vanderbilt, 10th frame, leaves the, can't tell what that is, but it's a 7 count for Vandy in the 10th here. As Arkansas State and Nebraska have already started game 6. Open frame for Maryland Eastern Shore, so Vanderbilt will tie this one up at 2 games apiece. 2:19 for Vanderbilt. Maryland Eastern Shore still finishing up the 10th frame here. Final shot coming up here from Maryland Eastern Shore. They shoot 185. So Nebraska leading 3-2. Maryland Eastern Shore and Vanderbilt tied at 2-2. About a few frames in the Arkansas State-Nebraska game. Arkansas State now on lane 1, Nebraska on lane 2. Arkansas State off to about a 10-pin lead early on in that game. They're about halfway through for Arkansas State, only 3 frames through for Nebraska. Arkansas State's already bowled 8 frames. I think they just bowled the 9th, actually. Our max score of this game, 237. Nebraska's only bowled 5 frames. They haven't doubled. So So Nebraska's going to have to start throwing some strikes if they want to come from behind and win this game and take the match in 6. Vanderbilt with a strike. It's a double for them. Maryland Eastern Shore started with a couple of opens, and now another split here facing them in the 3rd. .226 for Arkansas State. Nebraska, they can still get there. They can shoot .236 if they strike out. But they need strikes in the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. And they didn't get one there. So it looks like that one is going to go to a game 7. Maryland Eastern Shore gets a strike on the board after 3 consecutive opens. Vanderbilt off to a big start this game. Strike, spare, strike, 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 spare. Strike for Vandy. Looks like Vanderbilt's going to go up 3-2 in that match. We're definitely going to have a game 7 between Nebraska and Arkansas State. Double for Vandy. Vandy cruising here this game. I mean, an easy win for Vanderbilt here in game 5. Nebraska still closing out that game. They slowed down the pace dramatically. They're making Arkansas State sit for a while. Another strike for Vanderbilt, 3 in a row. .191 for Nebraska, so it's 226 to 191. As they have wrapped it up and update the graphic, tied 3-3 in that one. Going to game 7. Another strike for Vanderbilt as they are closing out a win in game 5. Vanderbilt will go up 3-2. Vanderbilt going to be in the 250s this game. Wow, you won't believe what just happened off camera. Thea Spiris from Norfolk State just made the Greek church in the 10th frame. Had to have it to win. And she made the Greek church. Wow, unbelievable. To win the game. That's crazy. Too bad we didn't have it on camera. Wish we would have had that one on camera for you. That was good stuff. 257 for Vanderbilt. Maryland Eastern Shore, still a couple of frames to go. Maryland Eastern Shore still finishing out this game. We're in game 7 between Arkansas State and Nebraska. Arkansas State on lane 1, Nebraska on lane 2. Both teams with an open early on, so it's a 1-pin lead for Nebraska after 3 frames. It's a double for Nebraska, and they extend the lead to 11 here in the 4th. Arkansas State with a strike in the 4th. They are in game 7 in that one. Big shot there for Arkansas State, as they have started to string some strikes together. That was a 3rd consecutive strike for Arkansas State. Excuse me. Nebraska's string comes to an end at 2. Arkansas State trying to keep it going here. And the 7 does not go down. That 3-bagger, though, has put Arkansas State in the lead, it looks like. Well, Arkansas State always bowls quick. They're a little bit ahead of Nebraska this game by a couple of frames in terms of pace of play. They're about to start game 6 between Vandy and Maryland Eastern Shore. Strike for Nebraska in the 6th. So a 9-pin lead for Arkansas State. And a 6-pin. Nebraska putting a double on the board. They take the lead back by 1. So 1-pin lead for Nebraska. 2.5 frames to go. Big shot coming here for the Huskers, working on a double. They can extend the lead here. And the 7 goes late for the strike. Nebraska, 3 strikes in a row here in the closing stages of game 7. A 22-pin lead for Nebraska with 2 frames to go. And an open frame for Arkansas State. That almost does it right there. It looks like Nebraska's going to move into the championship match. Almost a 7-10 split for Nebraska in the 10th frame. Sorry, in the 9th frame. With the spare, Nebraska will be up by 24 pins entering the 10th frame. And with Arkansas State leaving a split in the 10th, that is it. Nebraska wins the match 4-3. .178 for Arkansas State. Nebraska has already beaten that and will win the match 4-3. We're in the 4th frame of Game 6 between Vanderbilt and Maryland Eastern Shore. Maryland Eastern Shore started with the front 3, then had an open in the 4th. They lead by 19 against Vanderbilt. That was their final shot in that Nebraska win over Arkansas State, 224-178. Nebraska wins Game 4. Vanderbilt leading 3-2 in this match. Maryland Eastern Shore jumped out to a quick start this game. Eastern Shore 132 in the 7th after an open. Vanderbilt trailing by about 19 pins. Seventh frame for Vanderbilt, trying to mount the comeback here. Amanda Fry leaves the 3-5-6. Spare is good in the 7th. Still a 22-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. Vanderbilt says 3 frames to go. Maryland Eastern Shore has 2. Here's Angie Ramirez for UMES. Strike in the 9th. It's a big shot there for Vandy in the 8th because it still gives them a chance to come from behind here. Falbo can shut out Vanderbilt here in the 10th. Just needs a mark for the shutout, it looks like. Vanderbilt really has to strike on this shot to have any legit shot to win this game. And they do, that'll keep them in it. Well, she needs the first one. Strike 9 spare here in the 10th for the shutout for Maryland Eastern Shore after that strike by Vandy. Gets the first one. Has to have it. That keeps Vandy's hopes alive here of winning this thing in 6. Vanderbilt can max at 200. Maryland Eastern Shore, if Falbo goes 9 spare here to close out the 10th, would shoot 201. Needs 9 spare for the shutout. And she gets 8. So now they're looking at a max of 200, which is exactly what Vanderbilt can shoot. So Jessica Ernest needs a strike here, has to have it, or Maryland Eastern Shore wins the game and we'll have a game 7. Oh, it goes a little late, but it does strike. And we have the potential for a tie here this game. Has to make it here to guarantee no worse than a tie. And she does. 200 for UMES. So Ernest can strike here for the tie. Strike for the tie. And she gets 9. 199 for Vanderbilt, 200 for Maryland Eastern Shore. We are tied at 3 games apiece and getting ready to start game 7. Whether she struck or not on that shot, we would still have had a game 7. So the consequences are not exactly disastrous for Vanderbilt. So we start our deciding game number 7 here. Not a good start for Maryland Eastern Shore with the split. Looks like a 4-6 up there. It's the only match still going on. Everybody else is done. See if we can run through some of the other matches for you. Final tallies. Nebraska 4, Arkansas State 3. Bethune-Cookman 4, Stephen F. Austin 1. Alabama State 4, Louisiana Tech 1. Valpo beat Norfolk State 4-2. So an early 2-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. So we are in game 7 of the semifinal. We know that Nebraska's in the championship match. They beat Arkansas State 4-3. We're in the fourth frame of this deciding Game 7. 4-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. Assuming both teams make their spares here. This is the only match going on in the building right now. Championship match coming up next. Excuse me. Both teams clean up the spares in the fourth frame. And it's still a 4-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. 6 frames to go in this semifinal. Still no doubles in this game for these teams. Here's our chance for our first double. And it comes from Vanderbilt. They can take the lead with a strike here. And wow, it's a split. Sixth frame for Maryland Eastern Shore, leaves the 10-pin. Now, if Vanderbilt can make the spare, they'll pull to within 2. And it is an open frame. So after 6 frames, it is a 14-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore. We've got 4 frames left in this semifinal. All tied up, 3 games apiece in the race to set to 4 in this best-of-7 match. Vanderbilt only 1 strike in this game so far. Same for Maryland Eastern Shore. The difference, there's an extra open for Vanderbilt as UMES strikes in the 7th. Get the feeling that the first team to double in this match might have a chance to win it. Could we have our first double of the game? Yes, we do. And it just went from a 14-pin lead to a 24-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore with 2 frames to go. Strike here would just about put it away for Maryland Eastern Shore. It's the 9th frame, working on a double, leading by 24. This would push it to 34 going into the 10th. Oh no, a split, a 4-6-10. That totally changes the situation here. That's a big strike there for Vandy. They step up and jump on that split by Maryland Eastern Shore. Say Angie gets 2 of them here. That would give them 162 in the 9th. And they'd still lead by 11 going into the 10th. But Vanderbilt will be working on a strike. Count's important here. Needs to get 2. And she does. So the max scores as we enter the 10th frame. Vanderbilt can strike out for 191. Maryland Eastern Shore 192. This is a big shot for Vandy. They got to have it. And Jessica Ernest delivers the first one in the 10th. That was huge. Puts a lot of pressure on Maryland Eastern Shore. First shot in the 10th. If Tania Falbo does not strike here, Vanderbilt can shut them out with another strike. But Maryland Eastern Shore can strike out to guarantee a win by 1 pin. There's the first one. What a great semifinal match we've got here. All the pressure back on Vanderbilt now. Essentially a must-strike situation here for Vandy. Second shot in the 10th. Does not get the 2 pin to go. Vanderbilt's max now at 180. Maryland Eastern Shore needs 9 pins on 2 balls to win by 1. Strike or 9 for the shutout. Anything less, you'll have work to do on the second ball. That's a winner. That is a winner. Match over. Maryland Eastern Shore moves into the title match against Nebraska. 180 for Vanderbilt. And Maryland Eastern Shore already at 181, even without making this spare here. So 182 to 180, Maryland Eastern Shore wins this game, and they win the match 4-3. They win the last two games. $200 to 199 and 182 to 180. And UMES will move into the title match against Nebraska coming up here.
The first round of the bracket minutes play. Ladies, please report to your lane.
So we'll get geared up for the title match here. Nebraska against Maryland Eastern Shore. Coming up here in just a minute. We're going to have 10 minutes of practice before they get started. So that'll be a few minutes before we get going here.
Coming up for 10 minutes of practice.
Ready to go with our championship match here. Nebraska against Maryland Eastern Shore. Same format as we've had all day. Best of 7 match. So the first team to win 4 points will win the match and the title. Kick things off here in the first frame. A washout for Maryland Eastern Shore. Nebraska will start here. Looks like Elise Bolton leading things off for Nebraska. Nice shot there, ring 7 for Nebraska early on here. They're already up by 11 pins with the spare after the open by Maryland Eastern Shore to start this game. Championship match. Maryland Eastern Shore with a strike for a double as they pull to within 1 pin. Nebraska third frame. Oh, breaks it up for the strike. So Nebraska leads by 1 after 3. Maryland Eastern Shore a chance to take the lead here with a strike in the 4th. championship match here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Wrapping up the 4th frame. Head into the 5th frame here, Nebraska leading by 2. Fifth frame for Tania Falbo and Maryland Eastern Shore. It's a high shot there. Leaves the split 6-7-10. Trouble here for Nebraska, missed makeable spare. See if UMES can cover up the split here. She'll just take the 2. Here's Elise Bolton for Nebraska, 6th frame. They lead by 4. And she leaves the 10 pin. Little right with that one. Lucky to just leave the 2 pin. Four-pin lead for Nebraska as we're finishing up the 6th frame. So look at the scoreboard for Nebraska. And the scoreboard for Maryland Eastern Shore after 6 frames. So still a 4-pin lead for Nebraska after 6.5 frames. That is a double for the Huskers as they take a 15-pin lead in the 8th frame. 2-4-5 for Nebraska in the 9th. So Nebraska still leading by 12. This is the 8th frame for Maryland Eastern Shore. Good shot, 10-pin. And an open frame for Nebraska. In the 9th will tighten this one up considerably here. Makes it a 1-pin game if Maryland Eastern Shore can stay clean here. They do. Nebraska's already bowled 9 frames. Maryland Eastern Shore has bowled 8. So it looks like Nebraska will wait it out and let Maryland Eastern Shore bowl in the 9th and see what happens. Angie is in no hurry to bowl. Big shot here from Maryland Eastern Shore. And the 10 does not go. Nebraska can close it out with a double and 9 in the 10th. And it's a 3-pin. Nebraska looking at 183 this game as a max. Maryland Eastern Shore can max at 191. And it's a split for UMES in the 10th, and Nebraska is going to take game 1. Nebraska leads 1-0 in this championship match, 183 to 166. They take game number 1. Nebraska starts with a strike. So both teams on the board with a strike here in the first frame. Nebraska leading 1-0 after that opening game. Double for Maryland Eastern Shore. So an early 10-pin lead here for Maryland Eastern Shore in game 2. Trying to keep it perfect here. And the 7 doesn't go down. So it's an 11-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore if they can cover up the spares here. A little love on the 7 there for the strike for Nebraska. Split for UMES in the 4th. That will tighten this one up. Double for the Huskers. They open up a double-digit lead on Maryland Eastern Shore. Nebraska looking for another strike, and they have it 3 in a row. And Nebraska winning by more than 20 pins now. 24-pin lead for Nebraska. strike for UMES. In the 5th, but still a 24-pin lead here for Nebraska. And another strike, 4 in a row. That 24-pin lead just became 34. Huskers continue to string. Yes, they can. 5 in a row for Nebraska. Oh, an open frame for Maryland Eastern Shore. And this has turned into a blowout of a game here for Nebraska. They've got 5 in a row, 9th frame. Can they get another? And the 10 stays up. It wobbles. You can see it wiggling back and forth there. But it did not go down. And a 4-9 split for Maryland Eastern Shore. No problem on the spare for the Huskers. And it is now mathematically over for this game. Nebraska will go up 2-0 in this match. Nebraska can max at 247 this game. Maryland Eastern Shore can only get to 190s. So a blowout here in the second game for Nebraska to go up 2-0 in this race to 4. Nebraska is going to be in the 230s. Doesn't matter that you missed it. They still shoot 236. 236 to 146, your final tally in game 2. Nebraska goes up 2-0 in the match. Both teams with a spare in the first. Vanderbilt's up 2-0 on Arkansas State. And that match for third place. There's a late 10-pin for Nebraska that falls for the strike. Nebraska leading by 1, a chance to go up 11 with a strike here. And a ring 10. Third frame, Maryland Eastern Shore. And the 4-pin wiggles, stays up. Nebraska leads by 2 here in this third game. Was a little wide for Nebraska, leaves a 2-4-5-7. And that count right there gives Maryland Eastern Shore the lead by 2. Fourth frame, strike for Maryland Eastern Shore. Nebraska now all of a sudden trailing by 13. There's a strike in the fifth. Nebraska leads in the match 2-0. They're live at the International Training and Research Center here in Arlington, Texas. The Prairie View A&M Invitational Championship match between Nebraska and Maryland Eastern Shore here on Bowl TV. Halfway through game 3. UMES unable to get the double. We'll see here if Nebraska can put a double on the board and close the gap. Good shot, leaves the 10 pin. So Maryland Eastern Shore will still have a 13 pin lead with the spare. There's a strike for Maryland Eastern Shore in the 6th. They still lead by 14. For a double. They got it. UMES trying to get on the board here, down 2-0 in the match. It's starting to look like Maryland Eastern Shore is going to pick up a win here, the way that this game is going. So 8 frames are completed, a 24-pin lead for Maryland Eastern Shore with 2 to go. Nebraska really could have used a strike right there if they want to come back and win this game. It's not looking promising for Nebraska now to take this game. Nebraska's max score going into the 10th frame, 191. And Maryland Eastern Shore just needs one mark here in the last 2 frames to secure that. Well, Angie misses the 7-pin in the 9th. So that makes it a little more interesting here. Nebraska desperately needs a double in the 10th. And a 10-pin. So that'll take all the pressure off Maryland Eastern Shore here. Falbo will just need 7 pins on 2 shots. That shouldn't be any problem. Just want to avoid any big nasty splits or something like that. She gets, looks like she got 7. Nope, she got 6. So she'll need to take one of those for the shutout. That's enough to get the win here in game 3, so it'll be 2-1 Nebraska after 3 games. $180 for Nebraska. $190 to $180, the final score in game 3. So Nebraska leads 2-1 heading into game 4. You're watching our live coverage of the Prairie View A&M Invitational Championship match here on Bowl TV. We're in the third frame of Game 4. Nebraska leading by 12. The other matches that are going on, everybody's still bowling a match here, although not obviously to win the tournament. But we got Valpo up 2-0 on Central Missouri. Prairie View up 2-0 on Norfolk. CDF Austin, Louisiana Tech tied 1-1. I think they're still updating some of these scores, though. Vandy 2-0 on Arkansas State. Alabama State 1.5. Bethune-Cookman 0.5. But all these teams are in Game 4, so those are just not updated yet. As soon as they do get updated, we'll let you know. Back-to-back splits for Maryland Eastern Shore. So looking to fall into a deeper hole here against Nebraska. Now a 23-pin lead for Nebraska after 3 frames. Split for the Huskers, though, here in the 4th. Strike for Angie Ramirez and Maryland Eastern Shore. Oh, almost a split conversion there for Nebraska. Just did miss it. 4 frames in, it is a 9-pin lead for Nebraska. High shot for the strike. That is a double for Maryland Eastern Shore. As they have now taken a 1-pin lead in this game. Nebraska answers with a late strike. And that pin rolling on the deck to take out the 10. Vanderbilt leads Arkansas State 2-1. They are in the 4th game right now. That's the 3rd place match. There is a double for Nebraska as they take back the lead. Nebraska now leads by 11. This game. They lead the match 2-1. And a chopped spare for Maryland Eastern Shore in the 6th. And so the lead swells for Nebraska. And it will get even bigger if they strike again here for a 3-bagger. That one goes a little high. Leaves the 6-10. So a 20-pin lead for Nebraska. Spare good for UMES. After 7 frames, it is a 21-pin lead for Nebraska. 3 frames to go in this game, and Nebraska leading 2-1 in the match. Maryland Eastern Shore needs some strikes desperately here. And there's one in the 8th. So 2 more frames left. Still a 21-pin lead for Nebraska. It'll go to 31 with a strike here. Oh, and they get it done. That's a double. Strikes in the 8th and the 9th. Nebraska now going at a 2:04 pace. The best that Maryland Eastern Shore can shoot is 2:03, so Maryland Eastern Shore has to strike out in the 9th and the 10th and hope that Nebraska opens in the 10th this game. Angie leaves the 2-4-7-8 in the 9th. So this looks like it's going to be a win for Nebraska. They're going to go up 3-1 in this championship match. Another strike for Nebraska. It's going to be a win for Nebraska here in game 3. They're going to go up, or sorry, game 4. They're going to go up 3-1 in this match. Trying to deny Maryland Eastern Shore from winning for the 2nd consecutive week. UMES won last weekend in Kutztown at the Kutztown Invitational. .211 for Nebraska. Maryland Eastern Shore are going to put the sub in to finish out the 10th frame. I believe that Vanderbilt and Arkansas State are tied at 2 games apiece. This is a best-of-7 match, so the first team to win 4 wins the match. And Nebraska up 3-1 now, 1 win away from the title here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. 171 for Maryland Eastern Shore. As they will now switch lanes and get started with Game 5. Well, looks like we're about ready to get started with Game 5 in our championship match. Nebraska leading 3-1. This will kick off Game 5. Must-win game for Maryland Eastern Shore. And they start off with a strike. And so does Nebraska. Second frame for Eastern Shore. And it is a split, 4-6-7. Nebraska breaks up the split for the double. Lady Luck on their side. Nebraska trying to go 3 for 3 to start the game and breaks up the split, but still leaves a 3-6-10. 2-pin for Maryland Eastern Shore here in the third frame. It's a 19-pin lead if Nebraska can make the spare here, and oh wow. Lucky break on the spare. Nebraska leads by 19 after 3 frames. Nice shot by Nebraska in the fourth, maintaining that 19-pin lead. Eastern Shore taking their time again. Mia Falbo, 5th frame. Actually started my stopwatch after Nebraska came off the approach from that last frame. It's been 45 seconds since that happened. And we still have not seen a shot on this pair. Finally, after 1 minute, deliver the shot, and really should be about a 30 seconds between there, not a minute, which is why I think they need a shot clock or some sort of limit in college bowling as Nebraska throws a double. Both teams with doubles now, but still a 19-pin lead for Nebraska. Looks like Arkansas State's going to go up 3-2 on Vanderbilt. It's a third consecutive strike for Maryland Eastern Shore. Nebraska trying to get a third strike as well. And they do. Elise Bolton strikes. So still no change. Nebraska hanging in there up 19. And they've been hanging on to that 19-pin lead for the last few frames and have not let it go. Yeah, this is a must-win game for Maryland Eastern Shore. And there's a strike for them again. So Maryland Eastern Shore is still stringing strikes here. Can Nebraska match? She likes it. Oh, the 8 goes late for the 4-bagger. We've had 8 consecutive strikes now in this match between the two teams. And pressure building on Maryland Eastern Shore. They're the ones in the must-win situation, and they're down 19 with 3 frames to go. Really have to keep striking here if you're Maryland Eastern Shore. And it's a 10-pin, so the string comes to an end for UMES. Can it continue for Nebraska, though? It does. 5 in a row for the Cornhuskers. And that lead has now grown to 30 pins. Nebraska almost can put it away with another strike here. And the 7 doesn't go. No problem on the spare. It's a big lead for Nebraska, 29 pins. Looks like Angie's finally ready to go. Nebraska bowled a whole frame before Maryland Eastern Shore stepped up here. Strike in the 9th for Maryland Eastern Shore, but it's hard to find a scenario here where Maryland Eastern Shore can win this. 237 is the max score for UMES. Nebraska needs a mark to top that. So any kind of mark here in the 10th with good count is enough for Nebraska to lock up the title. Here we go, 10th frame. Nebraska leading 3-1 in the match. That's a winner. Nebraska is going to take the title here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Closing things out now. Nebraska going to win this 4-1 and take the title. There's another strike in the 10th for the Huskers. Final shot coming up here for Nebraska. Big win for them, taking down Maryland Eastern Shore in the title match. $255 for Nebraska. As they huddle up and celebrate the big win here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Going to take home the hardware to Lincoln. 255-217, the final score here in Game 5. Nebraska wins the title by a tally of 4-1. So congratulations to Nebraska, taking home the title. I'll give you a little bonus action here. Vanderbilt versus Arkansas State. Need to make a slight adjustment to that camera, though, so I'll be right back. But it is Arkansas State. I believe they're up 3-2 in that match. I'm not 100% sure on that, though. All right, looks like we've got that camera optimized now for this third place match. A little bonus coverage for you. As they are about halfway through this game. And it's not going too well for Vanderbilt early on in this game. A couple opens. They're down by about 41 pins. There's Vanderbilt. Valpo looks like they beat Central Missouri in their match. Looks like Prairie View defeats Norfolk State. So Arkansas State wins this game. They win the match. And it's a 20-pin lead for Arkansas State right now. They've already bowled 8 frames. Vanderbilt's only bowled 6. Arkansas State trying to close out this match and take third place here this weekend. Vanderbilt could use a couple of strikes here down the stretch. 22-pin lead for Arkansas State. But Vanderbilt a couple of frames behind. It's a must-win game here for Vandy. Arkansas State not going to waste any time, going to get up and finish out this game. They can max at 202. Vanderbilt can strike out for 201. So if Vanderbilt does not strike here, the match is over and Arkansas State will win 4-2. So that one is going to be over. Arkansas State is going to win this match 4-2. Nebraska, your winner here today, though, at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Well, since this one is mathematically over, we're going to go ahead and call it a day. Thanks for watching, everybody. Enjoyed being here this weekend with you, and we hope that you'll tune in for the Hoosier Classic in a couple of weeks. You can find our live stream schedule at bowl.com/livestream, bowl.com/livestream. And enjoy the Super Bowl this evening. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you back here again in a couple of weeks on Bowl TV. Have a good night, everybody.